A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the finals here at round 4 of the Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft here in the 2026 season. And that trophy just by the start-finish line is the one that every single driver in the 5 classes that will be battling over this afternoon's duration will be gunning for. But the person that I need to speak first of all to, Maddox Mason, who's just getting his race helmet on. Now, Maddox, you've had a great weekend here in Kerpen, but it hasn't been easy, has it?
Not really. All of the people are behind me, and I'm just trying to get away and do my own thing.
I think that's always the best thing. Just keep those racehorse-style blinkers on and just concentrate on your plan of attack. And obviously, starting from the inside of the front row here, you got one of the main people at the front end of beside you in the form of Albert Poulsen. You've beat him already on track. You know you can definitely do the job, can't you?
I hope so, and I'm hoping I can bring it home and win.
Well, hopefully you have a lekker race out there, my friend. Good luck to Maddox Mason. Albert, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Right, it's here at Kerpen. It's been a bit of a tricky one around this tight circuit. There's not many places for overtaking, is there?
No, it's a very tight track, and it's very hard to overtake here. So if you lead on the last lap and you get through the first and second corner, I think you have won it.
Well, Albert, good luck. Have fun out there. Right, there is a young Dutchman I have not seen for the best part of, I think, what is it, Cage-wise, 18 months?
Yeah, mate, definitely. We try our best to win this one, and yeah, bring it back home.
Well, you had a hell of a comeback in the Super. In P4, and I recognise a certain mechanic alongside. This kart's cornering on rails for you, isn't it?
Yeah, on this track the Sodi is really good, and we are improving a lot with the chassis and everything. So yeah, trying our best.
Success, young, go out there and enjoy it. Well, that wraps up our grid walk as the 5-minute board is out for the first final out of 5 here in Western Germany. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to go racing here in Kerpen. build-up continues for this mini final here at round 4 of the 2026 season, and there you see the banner in front of Albert Poulsen from Denmark in the 395, the current championship leader heading into this 4th race of the weekend. 2 qualifying heats yesterday and a super heat this morning. But Maddox Mason from South Africa for the Lanari Racing Team is going to start from pole position. And he has really made some significant strides forward. Remember having a chat with him as we got the 1-minute board, as there is the winner's trophy being cleared from the start-finish line. And then very soon, 21 drivers are set to take to the grid. 22 if you include Leandros Margaritis in the 309. Of course, with the stoppage that we had in the 2nd qualifying heat yesterday, I can report that all is well with Leandros, as far as I have been informed. But it comes down to crunch time, the penultimate final for these young drivers in the 2026 DKM season. And they have 13 laps of this 1,107-meter circuit to navigate. Let's take you through the starting grid for the mini final here for round 4. Maddox Mason from South Africa starts on pole position. Alongside him on the front row, Denmark's Albert Poulsen. From the Netherlands in P3, Leo Klok, joined by Germany's Ben Bernhardt on row 2. Nois Salitka from the Czech Republic and Kees Moyes from the Netherlands round out row 3. Mikas Lundsholm and Bastian Kleiner from Denmark and Germany round out row 4. Oscar Boimers and Vincent Oliverizo make it an all-German row 5. Follow that up with Roman Meister and Elias Dahlmann. Row 7, Lucas Matthias Brixius and Chris Leon Kalveit. Next up, row 8, Matthias Cavulea and Jay Vermeulen. Followed by Nick Meyer, Leandros Margaritis, Leon Ossai, Philip Flans, Noah Kim, and bringing up the rear of the field, the Netherlands 350, Amizi Ozani. Nochmal eine Formationsrunde hier in Kerpen. So, Albert Poulsen has a 44-point advantage going into the final ahead of Leo Klok. Mikas Lonsholm now drops to P3, 1 point behind the Dutch driver. Maddox Mason now 4th on 217 points, with Arena E-Team's Leon Ossai rounding out the top 5 on 188. Leaving with a maximum score of 50 or 51 points available in this final, it will mean that the title race will go to Wackersdorf. That will be in around 5 or 6 weeks' time, 25th to the 27th of September in Bavaria. Die roten Lichter sind jetzt an, bevor dem Start bei dieser Finale hier im Mini. Gleich geht's los. Start ist jetzt freigegeben. Guten Start bei der Pole-Sitter Maddox Mason. Und hinter ihm ist der Leo Klok. Auf Platz 2, Kees Moyes außerseits am Kurve 2 am Spitzkehre. So Maddox Mason getting the good run on the inside line, but he's being attacked by Leo Klok for the race lead. Nois Salitka up into P3. Mikas Lundholm ahead of countryman Albert Poulsen as the 2 Danes run 4th and 5th. Through into Tripsklova at turn 8. Now up the incline into the fast left here at Mutkurva. Turn 9. Now the Schumacher chicane. Leo Klok is right in the wheel tracks. He's bump drafting along behind Maddox Mason. Out of the final corner. Lap 1 out of 13 completed. And the gap is just over 0.13 of a second. Maddox Mason leads the way. Gap starting to appear between Nois Salitka from the Czech Republic in P3 and Leo Klok in 2nd.
Jetzt kommt das ganze Feld bis zum Kurve Nummer 4 am Leikart-Kurve. Wir haben Runde Nummer 2 von 13 in dieser Mini-Finale hier in Kerpen. Und jetzt gehen sie links in Tripskurve, Kurve Nummer 8. Jetzt Mutkurve mit Vollgas geben. Und jetzt nochmal gute Pace von der Leo Clock hinter der ADAC Mason an Spitze. Und jetzt vielleicht kommt ein Versuch von Richtung Albert Poulsen gegen Noah Sulika für Platz 3. Jetzt innerseits. Kurve 2, Schwitzkercher. Poulsen jetzt vorbei an Sulika. Positionwechsel für Platz 3. So, Noah Sulika loses out at turn 2, but now loses out at turn 4. And it wasn't just one driver that got through. It was not just Lunsholm, but Cage Moyes, 327 on the CS competition. Sodika also managed to find room to make the maneuver stick. But the top two starting to pull away, but can Albert Poulsen catch them up? He runs a little bit wide out of Fahalager Kurve. But at this point, Cage Moyes, I think, is the danger driver in P5. Can he dive to the inside? He is going to go for it, and he gets through for P4 on Lunsholm. Nice move by the Sodika youngster from the Netherlands. But Mason and Clock, they are trying to make this as hard as possible for Albert Poulsen. But if they start battling, the biggest problem will be is that Poulsen and Moyes will catch them up. Cage Moyes will catch them up. Guaranteed. Ein großes Vorteil zwischen der Leo Clock auf Platz 2. Vorne von der Albert Poulsen auf Platz 3. Der hat ganz kurz hinter ihn der Startnummer 327 aus Holland, der Cage Moyes auf den Sodikart. Und jetzt innerseits ist das möglich, dass der Moyes vorbei an Poulsen geht? Ja, das stimmt. Nach Kurve 2. Jetzt ist der Holländer noch mal wieder einen Platz, hat noch mal wieder Platz gewonnen. Er startet auf Platz 6. Jetzt ist er Platz 3. Der Holländer. There you can see on the right-hand side of the timing tower how the championship is wrapping up at the moment. Now, obviously, this will be a live standings as things progress lap by lap. Poulsen 299, Clock 255, Lunsholm 254. Then you've got ADAC Mason who's leading. Lap 8, well, laps to go, 8 of them, and Leo Clock is waiting for his opportunity to get through on ADAC Mason. But ADAC Mason is making that very difficult. The South African driver for the Lanari Racing team is parking it on every single apex. But Leo Clock is not one to give up. We've seen some tenacity from this young Dutchman, but the one that's flying at the moment is his countryman behind him, Cage Moyes, new fastest lap, 49.450. And that gap is coming down. It was nearly 9.5 tenths of a second after 5 laps. We're about to complete lap 6 out of 13. So gap between first and second now stretches to 0.172, and Cage Moyes has got that gap down again. It's gone down to 0.687 between P2 and P3. So Moyes is on the charge up the inside of Bastian Kleiner, goes Noah Sulika. And Kleiner was a little bit sideways coming out of Spitzgerhardt. Could have nearly had a potential half spin there. Nevertheless, this means that, well, the battle is clearly up out front. And at the moment, with the way things stand, Albert Poulsen will continue to lead the championship, but by how much? Leo Clock is putting some immense pressure on the shoulders of the South African in front of him. Und jetzt, wir haben schon 6 Runden bis zum Ende dieses Rennens. Jetzt über Halbzeit, Halbdistanz. Nach 7 Runden Nochmal den Vorteil für den ADAC Mason gegen Leo Glock. Ist ungefähr 1,3 Zehntel eine Sekunde. Und nochmal Verbesserung bei der Cage Moise. Vorteil zwischen Platz 1 und 3 im Moment. Knapp in die Nähe von 7 Zehntel eine Sekunde. Aber für die letzten 5 Runden hier in Kerpen beim Mini-Finale kann alles passieren. So anything can happen. The unpredictability of karting. But ADAC Mason, he said, I'm going to do my race. Not going to worry about anybody else behind me. Very soft-spoken young individual is ADAC, but more to the point, he's one of these drivers, as soon as that visor goes down, race mode is engaged. But now look at this, Cage Moise is starting to close. So we have three drivers from, well, three drivers from 3 different teams, 1 from South Africa, 2 from the Netherlands, and they are pulling away from the likes of Poulsen, who does not seem to have the pace attached. The temperature has gone up, let's not forget. We are not, it's not been, well, the sun has been a bit, let's say, scorching in terms of its, how strong it is in comparison with the humidity that we've had over the last couple of days. But ADAC Mason holds on to the race lead by nearly 2/10 ahead of Leo Glock as we go into Spitzkehrer. So an average speed of just 50 miles an hour, 80 kph by the race leader after nearly 10 kilometers of racing. We've got 3.3 to go after the next tour round this circuit. But the top 3 nearly line astern. You could pretty much cover them with an A4 piece of paper, but Mason holding on. Glock and Moise right with him. Any mistake now will be taken complete advantage of, and that is exactly what ADAC Mason does not want to have happen. Through the Schumacher chicane, go the top 3. 0.388 was the distance between the top 3 last time around. It's just over a quarter of a second. This now means with just over 3 kilometers to go, it's anyone's guess which one out of this top 3 may strike it lucky and hit the top step of the podium and win the final here at round 4. Richtig enges Dreikampf zwischen den Top 3 hier in dieses Minifeld bei Runde Nummer 4 Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft Saison 2026 und jetzt durch Murkurve vorbei geht der Leo Glock an der ADAC Mason. Jetzt Positionswechsel am Spitze, aber nochmal 2 Runden bis zum Ende dieses spannenden Finale. Leo Glock holds on, but ADAC Mason is not going to give this one up yet. Don't count out Cage Moise. But more to the point, they come through Leichhardt Curve, and Moise gets through. Moise gets through at turn 4 on ADAC Mason, who drops down into 3rd position. So up through Mudkurve for the penultimate time. 1 lap to go. Leo Glock leads. Poulsen is way back behind this trio. Letzte 100 life. Last lap underway. Leo Glock leads. ADAC Mason has got to use this slipstream. Can he get through on Cage Moise? He dives to the inside. He goes straight on. They both do. And Poulsen is through. A last gasp chance for ADAC Mason. And unfortunately, it was unstoppable force versus immovable objects. And drama for Cage Moise and ADAC Mason through at turn 2. But what does this mean? Well, it does not mean that Albert Poulsen is going to win the final, but he is going to lead the championship going into the final round as up the hill for the final time for CRG Holland. The 394 from the Netherlands. Leo Glock negotiates the Schumacher chicane for the final time, and out of the final corner, Leo Glock wins here in Kerpen. Albert Poulsen takes 2nd. Mikas Lundholm in 3rd. Cage Moise ends up 4th. Bastian Kleiner, Ben Bernhard rounds out the top 6 ahead of Vincent Oliverizo. Maddox Mason ends up across the line in 8th at the end of it. Ahead of Elias Dahlmann and Roman Meister rounds out the top 10. Noé Sulitka 11th. Vorne von Matthias Cavulea. Leon Osei auf Platz 13 über Start und Ziel. Vorne von Nick Meyer, Chris Leon Kalveit, Philipp Glanz, Jay Vermeulen, Amisio Zani, Luca Matis Brixius, Oscar Boimers und Noah Kim. What an exciting conclusion. And it all happened at turn 2, lap 13, as Leo Klock takes victory here in Mini. And more to the point, Albert Paulsen still leads the field, heading into round 5 in Wackersdorf in late September.
Wir haben hier am Red Bull Ring mit dem DTM-Fahrerlager am Montag begonnen. haben wir die ersten Striche ins Fahrerlager eingeklebt. Dann kommen nach und nach die verschiedenen Gewerke, wie die Porsche Hospitality oder auch unsere DKM Hospitality, die dann am Dienstagmorgen hier angefangen haben aufzubauen.
Wahnsinnige Atmosphäre, ich bin total happy, das Wochenende hier gewesen zu sein.
Wir haben eine unzählige Vielfalt an Berufen und wir sind natürlich auch total daran interessiert, dass gerade die jungen Leute zu uns kommen. Also ich würde sagen, es ist für jeden was dabei.
Es ist immer ein wahnsinnig schönes Gefühl, wenn man die Leute wieder auf die Straße bekommt. Aber eben auch als Veranstalter vom Motorsport finde ich es wahnsinnig toll. Wir machen das ja auch, weil wir gerne irgendwas mit Motoren machen.
Außerhalb von Deutschland, Österreich und der Schweiz ist die DTM in über 200 Territorien live oder real life zu sehen.
Herzlich willkommen aus dem Cockpit von German Airways Richtung Nürburgring. Heiße ich Sie auf herzlich willkommen.
Man kommt hier sehr, sehr nah an die Teams, man kann in die Garagen reingucken. Also es ist wirklich alles da und ich glaube, es ist einfach eine super Atmosphäre hier.
Right, back down to the grid we go. Henry Möhring, komm mal bitte hier. Jetzt auf der Pole Position für diese Finale hier in Kerpen. Wir haben schon gesehen, es ist richtig eine konkurrenzfähige Klasse hier in Oka-Union, natürlich.
Ja, also es ist natürlich hier heftig mit den Jungs, also hat natürlich auch Spaß gemacht gerade eben, war auf jeden Fall ein chaotisches Rennen im Superheat, aber ja, ich kann die Pace gehen und probiere jetzt das Beste und gewinne das Ding, hoffentlich.
Ja, wir haben schon bei den Superheat, bei dir, bei der Edin Kasarovic und viele Menge anderer Piloten etwas passieren hier und her. Was kann du darüber sagen, was hat passiert von deiner Ansicht?
Es war einfach ein heftiges Battle, wir haben uns gepusht und alles und ja, also war auf jeden Fall krank. War auf jeden Fall sehr anstrengend zu fahren, aber hat Spaß gemacht auch.
Und jetzt muss man richtig denken, nur jetzt, nicht in diesem wichtigen Moment, nur auf das Rennen, ne?
Ja, also für mich, es war einfach ein gutes Rennen und jetzt gebe ich auch das Beste und ja.
Okay, Henry, dann wünsche ich dir viel Glück für das Rennen.
Danke, tschüss.
Und ich muss mal jetzt mit Julian Dümmer bitte sprechen. Julian, erstens Gratulation bei dem Sieg bei den Superheat. Richtiges hartes Kämpfer der Strecke hier in Kerpen natürlich, ne?
Ja, das ist schon sehr hart hier zu fahren mit den Jungs.
Und die Leistung mit dem Motor auf dem Chassis, das ist richtig für dich, eine sehr starke Kombination. Und kannst du bitte das Kampf mit Henry damit zu bringen hier in die Finale?
Ja, ich hoffe, dass es ein fairer Fight wird und auch ein harter Fight, aber ja, mal gucken, wie es ausgeht.
Dann Julian, wünsche ich dir viel Glück für die Finale.
Danke.
So really good to hear from Julian. Aber ich muss mal Carlos Nies. Na Carlos, die letzten paar Tage war richtig heiß in Kerpen. Aber das Temperatur heute bei Renntag Nummer 2, besonders bei die Finale, ist etwas angenehmer, oder?
Ja. Es war wirklich sehr heiß gestern. Ja, ich hoffe, es wird spannend, das Rennen, und dass wir alle Spaß haben. Und ja.
Dann Carlos, wünsche ich dir viel Glück.
Dankeschön.
Well, the countdown continues for our OKN Junior Division with Henry Möhring and Julian Dummer on the front row. And then you also have to look at the other people, such as Milan Hossi, Carlos Nies. There's so many great drivers in this field, and we're not that far away until we go racing for final number 2 here in Kerpen. Edin Keserovic is waving at me, but Maxim Bobrishov from Ricky Flynn Motorsport. Maxim, we've known each other for quite a while, but good to have you on the grid here at Kerpen. These guys have definitely got their elbows out here this weekend, haven't they?
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of racing here because this track is very tight and it's very hard to overtake, so everyone's got to be creative.
Well, you've definitely put some creative moves out there over the course of the weekend, but you know, OKN Junior has been a category that has really come up leaps and bounds. And what's the experience from your perspective when you're in that train, especially going through turn 4 and through the you know, the really, really tight, twisty turns where it's a bit like a snake complex? What's the biggest key around a lap in an OKN Junior from your perspective?
Mostly being smooth. It's the biggest thing, really. It's just trying to get a good track position is definitely the most important here, like for normal laps.
Now, I've spotted your car a little bit further back on the outside of row number 5. What's the plan of attack or strategy for the final?
I just think put my head down and go forward as much as I can, really.
Maxim, good to see you. Good luck today, buddy.
Thank you.
as they say, the time is now. We are just 45 seconds away from the OKN Junior field heading into their penultimate final of the 2026 season here in the Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft. 30-second board goes out. Good to catch up with Henry Möhring, Julian Dummer, and also nice to catch up with Maxim Bobrishov, who I still remember when he was in the younger classes of karting. So great to have him with us. Of course, Julian Dummer, having a chat with him, I asked him what's the difference between what he's raced in before, and he said it's a very, very different kind of racing. And this is the first time he's actually competed with an OKN Junior engine. Let's take you through the starting grid for the OKN Junior Final. 19 laps ahead of us. Henry Möhring starts on pole position with Julian Dummer alongside on the front row. Elliot Spanktoft and Milan Rossi, row 2. Edin Kesselhovic and Carlos Nees, row 3. Good to catch up with Carlos earlier on as well. Jonas Pundis and Sebastian Brand round out row 4, ahead of Milos Brzezinski, remaining out the top 10, Maxim Bobrishov. Gustav Christensen and Nick Reed round out row 6. And that is then followed by Emilia Urlas and Nico Tafelmeier on row number 7. Matteo Mason and Bruno Greiling round out row 8, ahead of Pierre Wolf and Andrei Udrescu. The two latter drivers mentioned for AT Motorsport. Rounding out the top 20, Paul Bernhard, the son of legendary sports car racer Timo, on the inside of row number 10. And he's joined by Patrick Ray Heinert for Arena E-Team on the 10th row. Ruben Moritz and Leonard Uch on row 11, followed by Christian Rasmussen and Peter Meitz. Stavros Sotos Francia and Amelie Hoivers ran out row 13, ahead of Jonathan Meyer, Ben Schumacher, and running out the field, Alex Häuser. So für diese OKN Junior Finale hier in Kerpen, wir sehen bei der Meisterschaftswertung, das ist für den OKN. Aber ich denke, dass vielleicht bei der Henry Möhring. Okay, 346 Punkte für Möhring, für Rossi 286. So 346 plays 268, which means the gap is not enough for Henry Möhring to clinch the title at this point. So it needs to be 101 points or more for that to happen. So, gleich geht's los hier bei OKN Junior Finale. Und gleich ist es so, dass wir sind grün. Start ist freigegeben hier in Kerpen und geht Dummer außerseits Kurve 2. Gleich gibt es, jemand hat sich, Unfall am Hinten, gelbe Flagge und nochmal ein Dreher am Kurve 3. Oh dear. Some drivers have been caught out. Leonard Uch did not even, well, I'm not sure if Leonard Uch even took the start, because that kart is down in last place. But it's all getting a bit frantic at the front end of the field, but Henry Möhring is pulling away. Leonard Uch did not start the race. I've just had that confirmed by live timing. They come across the line to complete lap number 1, and Henry Möhring leads the way by nearly over 7.5 tenths of a second, ahead of Edin Kesselhovic, who's now up to P2 from 5th on the grid. Spanktoft, Pundis, Nees, Brandt, Dummer, Rossi, Christensen, and Brzezinski. They round out the top 10, and this could be the opportunity that Henry Möhring needs to seize right here, right now. But that is going to be easier said than done. Carlos Nees said, well, I'm just going to get my head down and see what happens. Nice move up the inside of the 285 from Denmark. So Carlos Nees up to 3rd. Sebastian Brandt in P6. Behind Spanktoft. We'll make that now 4th for Spanktoft in the Paralin. And there is the 210 of Jonas Pundis. And, well, the drivers that unfortunately came to grief in the opening lap, Emilia Urlas, Andrei Udrescu, and Patrick Ray Reinert all three drivers. Unfortunately, the race has come to an abrupt end, and not only that, Maxim Bobrishov has also tumbled to the bottom of the field. But Möhring trying to scarper away, but Edin Keserovic is catching. Gap was 8/10 last time around. Carlos Nees now P3. Gap between first and second, still 8/10. It all comes down to the here and now. And let's see what has happened to, well, Matteo Mason is now up into P10. He's up 5 spots. Milan Rossi now in 6th and has dropped two places. Technische Flagge für Kart Nummer 288 von Südafrika. Leider ist das Rennen vorbei für den Ruvan Maritz auf Platz 23. So Meatball flag, looks like he's already peeled it into pit lane and he might be, yeah, he's out of the race. So technical black flag for the kart, and that's one of the South Africans out of the 3 here out of the over 140 strong grid. But a little bit of a tap between Sebastian Brandt and Elliot Spanktoft. Und hier kommt Milan Rossi innerseits. Oi, 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 oi. Und jetzt ist er vorbei am Kurve Nummer 4 bei Leitkart-Kurve. And oh, big off. Big off at, I think that was turn 5. Someone definitely was skywards. Now, bearing in mind, now, with the fact that it's 50 points for a race win in terms of, so that will put, I'm going to do some, good thing I can do some maths on a calculator. So 346 plus 50, 396 at the moment for Henry Möhring. Now, bearing in mind at the moment, Milan Rossi now up into 5th position. I've got to get the sporting, I've got to get the regulations up, the sporting regulations for the points. But with regards to this, all I can say, this could be to the wire. Because if Henry Möhring wins this race but does not secure the title, we've had further dramas. Alex Heuser is out in the 255. Aber jetzt der Vorteil zwischen der Henry Möhring am Spitze des Felds mit einer neuen schnellen Runde seit dieses Rennen mit einem 44,582. Er hat einen Vorteil über seinen Landesmann Edin Keserovic, 1,4 Sekunden. Jetzt der Carlos Nees ist auf Platz 3. Oh, someone was sideways through Mutkurva. I think that might, well, that started with a 2.6. Might have been Baginski. Unfortunately, Maxim Bobrishov looks to have been the latest driver to retire from this race. And that is a real shame for Maxim. And for quite a few years, he's had a lot of success over the past few seasons. Aber jetzt kommt der Henry Möhring über Start und Ziel nach Runde Nummer 8 von 19. Und nochmal eine schnellste Runde in die Tasche für den Junge von Deutschland. 44,352. Jetzt der Vorteil, dass er hat über der Edin Keserovic auf Platz 2. Jetzt liegt am 1,6 Sekunden. Jetzt steigt der Milan Rossi am Platz 4. Vorne von Spanktoft aus Dänemark und der Puntis von Lituanien, Christensen aus Schweden, Dümmer, Greiling und Brandt sind auf Platz 8 bis 10. Alle 3 letzten Piloten sind von diesen Ländern hier in Deutschland. see there, even with the facts. It's 346. Currently, well, 396 for Henry Merring. And in terms of the way things stand, reference the championship, quite a lot can happen in the next few laps. And we have got another yellow flag situation. But at this moment in time, looking at it from this perspective, oh, we've got double waved yellows. 2 drivers are off, and I've noticed more than likely Jonathan Meyer, Christian Radesmussen, and maybe Stavros Sotos Francia, they are out. 2 drivers walking away, all 3 out on the spot in sector 2. And then there's going to be a change. Julian Dummer, this is his first weekend on an OKN Junior engine, and it's been a steep learning curve for the youngster, but nevertheless, he has kept on pushing. And there you see another car. So Meyer, leider Pech für Meyer, 2012, Rasmussen 2050 und der Francia auf 250. Für alle drei Piloten ist das Rennen jetzt leider vorbei. Und wir haben von 28 Starter jetzt fahren 19 Piloten von das Startfeld mit 7 Runden bis zum Ende. As we would say in the UK, a rate of attrition, a high rate of attrition, as another driver has just gone off the track, and that was, I think that might have been possibly Matteo Mason. Oh, someone's kicked up the dust right in front of the commentary box. So that was right in front, like literally through the window. I saw the dust come flying up, and well, that's not exactly the best thing that you want to see. But looking at it from this perspective, Henry Merring, that's 50 points for a win. It's 44 for second, 39 for fourth. Right, now we might be able to get an answer. So, if Milan Rossi is on 268 plus 30... plus 39, that equals 307 points. And with Merring, that is not going to be enough. He'll be on the top step, but it won't be enough for him to clinch the title just yet. So there you go, 346, it's 50 for a win, 44 for second, 39, 44 for second, 39 for third, and it is actually, so 268 plus 34. 302 plays 396. That's a 94-point advantage in the favour of Henry Merring. So that is going to be either by the end of the qualifying heats or the super heats on the final race weekend of the season. So im Moment das Vorteil in die Meisterschaftswertung zwischen der Henry Merring am Spitze des Felds mit 396 Punkte gegen den Milan Rossi auf Platz 4 in dieses Rennen. 94 Punkte Unterschied zwischen den beiden Piloten. Sozusagen, dass Milan Rossi kann sagen, okay, dann das Titelkampf geht zu Wackersdorf in letzte Wochenende September. That's effectively what it means. And with 3 laps to go, there's still dust being kicked up. And it's mainly, there's dust actually on the track just coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish track. But Henry Merring now has a 3.1 second lead. But obviously, with the way the results, depending on how they stand, will depend And obviously we have to consider the fact that there are a possibility that penalties might go anybody's way. Aber hinter Henry Möhring gibt es den Zweikampf für Platz 2 zwischen der 216 Edin Keserovic gegen Carlos Nies auf der 222. Nochmal 2 Runden bis zum Ende dieses Rennen von 19 insgesamt. Und der Vorteil, dass der Henry Möhring hat über Edin Keserovic, jetzt steigt bis 3,7 Sekunden. Ich muss jetzt sagen, dass den Vorteil zwischen Milan Rossi auf Platz 4 und Elliot Spanghoff aus Dänemark auf Platz 5, 5,3 Sekunden. Aber jetzt, letzte Runde läuft. Last lap underway in the final. Henry Möhring has done everything that he can this weekend. But with Milan Rossi down in 4th, it's not going to be enough here to secure the title in Nordrhein-Westfalen. It had to be 101 points or more to be the advantage. Aber in dieser Finale hat der Henry Möhring richtig dominiert. Und kommt der 214 durch Schumachers Schikane für den letzten Mal. Letzte Kurve. Gratulation. Rennsieger bei 4. Finale dieser Saison. Henry Möhring. 2. Edin Keserovic. 3. Carlos Nies. 4. Milan Rossi. Auf Platz 5. Elliot Spanghoff. Gustav Christensen auf Platz 6. Vorne von Jonas Pundis. Paul Bernhard von 19. Platz 19 bis zum Platz 8. Vorne von Peter Meix, der hat 15 Plätze gewonnen dieses Rennen. Und der Bruno Kreiling auf Platz 10. Julian Dummer 11th, head of Sebastian Brandt. Matteo Mason in 13th, head of Ben Schumacher, Nick Reed, Milos Baginski, Luca Tafelmeier, Pierre Wolf and Amelie Hoivers rounding out the 19 finishers. We lost the following drivers: Jonathan Meyer, Christian Rasmussen, Stavros Sotos Francia, Maxim Bobrishov, Alex Heuser, Ruvan Maritz, Emilio Olas, Andrei Udrescu and Patrick Ray Reinhardt. That's it. Henry Möhring wins the final, but it looks like the title fight is going to go down to the wire at Wackersdorf.
absolutely neck and neck. As always, GT4 Germany entertaining right there.
Wir haben hier am Red Bull Ring mit dem DTM-Fahrerlager am Montag begonnen. Haben wir die ersten Striche ins Fahrerlager eingeklebt. Dann kommen nach und nach die verschiedenen Gewerke, wie die Porsche Hospitality oder auch unsere DKM Hospitality, die dann am Dienstagmorgen hier angefangen haben aufzubauen.
Wahnsinnige Atmosphäre, ich bin total happy, das Wochenende hier gewesen zu sein.
Wir haben eine unzählige Vielfalt an Berufen und wir sind natürlich auch total daran interessiert, dass gerade die jungen Leute zu uns kommen. Also ich würde sagen, es ist für jeden was dabei.
Es ist immer ein wahnsinnig schönes Gefühl, wenn man die Leute wieder auf die Straße bekommt. Aber eben auch als Veranstalter vom Motorsport finde ich es wahnsinnig toll. Wir machen das ja auch, weil wir gerne irgendwas mit Motoren machen.
Außerhalb von Deutschland, Österreich und der Schweiz ist die DTM in über 200 Territorien live oder real life zu sehen.
Herzlich willkommen aus dem kompletten Entladen von German Airways Richtung Nürburgring. Heiße ich Sie auch herzlich willkommen.
Man kommt hier sehr, sehr nah an die Teams, man kann in die Garagen reingucken. Also es ist wirklich alles da und ich glaube, es ist einfach eine super Atmosphäre hier.
Machine ready to go, hands locked tight on the wheel. I can taste that rubber peel. Realize that I hold my breath. One blink more than go for that. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Car and racing, heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Car and racing, hold that line. I'm still chasing.
down, 3 to go. So, ich muss mal sagen, hallo Houdini, wie geht's dir?
Gut, dir?
Das ist eine lange Zeit, seit ich habe Komm mal bitte her. So, Heimstrecke für dich und sehr gutes Wochenende hinter der Steuer von deiner Ansicht, ne?
Ja, ist das beste Wochenende bis jetzt. Also wir können uns nicht beschweren. Klar wären wir gerne auf 1, aber jetzt für 2, also P2 im Finale ist ja eine gute Ausgangslage.
Und gestern auch bei die starke Leistung bei zweimal die P2 in den Qualifying Heats. Was ist deine Strategie hier bei die Finale?
Angreifen und gewinnen.
Okay, Len, dann wünsche ich dir viel Glück für heute.
Danke.
Okay, right, Mr. Kamenik, championship leader. Firstly, afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's not been an easy one this weekend for everybody, yourself included, but it's really good to have such a competitive OKN field in the first.
It wasn't really an easy weekend, especially on this track. The left side is not really good for start. You always lose 2-3 positions. Then you have to gain all the back, and then it's too late for fighting for the victory. So maybe now will be better. Not sure. We will see in 10 minutes.
I think you're right in that point, because obviously going through the start phase, you're rolling at high speed, you accelerate as soon as the lights go out. It's a very tricky track, as we found out all the way through the weekend to overtake. Obviously, turn 2 going down.
20 Runden von dieser 1107 Meter langen Streckenkurs hier in Kerpen. Und wir sind bereit für das Finale für OKN. Und hier ist die Startaufstellung. Von Pole Position startet der Ben Götz am ersten Reihe. An seiner linken Seite startet der Len Abbas. Zwei Jakub Kamnik führende in die Meisterwertung. Und auf seiner linken Seite startet Konstantin Papst. Ja, Serbas Dodler und Niklas Simic auf Reihe Nummer 3. Reihe Nummer 4 Nikita Gense und der Maxim Becker, Lennart Frey und Jan Schwarze, die letzten zwei Piloten in den Top 10. Marius Bonconce und Adrian Lorenz auf Reihe Nummer 6. Vorne von Maximilian Engelstetter, Henry Melchior, Charlotte Zille, Linus Koch, Tom Wickhoff und Lionel Hönecker. Und die letzten zwei Piloten in den Top 20 sind Samuel Valleja und aus Luxemburg Rick Nadine. Dann Julius Berthold, Ben Fritz, Johannes Mussotta, Ramona Hummel auf Platz 24, vorne von der 119 aus Irland, Conor McPoylin, vorne von Emilio Bernd, Nils Tröger und aus Spanien Sebastian Berger Morel, Startnummer 184. One of the drivers I have seen not cross the timing beam is Tom Wickhoff, but Jakub Kamenik has an 84 point, well that is going to be a 64 point lead over Ben Götz. So the way things are, if it finishes as it does now, that is not enough. I think Jakub Kamenik is going to make sure that he gets as many points on the board, because the way things could be going, all five titles might be going to Wackersdorf. But we are set and ready. The red lights are on the starting gantry. Wir sind bereit für 20 Runden in dieser OKN-Finale am heutigen Sonntagnachmittag. Und jetzt gleich geht's los. Start ist freigegeben, guten Start bei Götz und Kamenik. Jetzt Bremspunkt bis zum ersten Kurve, am Kurve Spitzkerper. Die sind alle sehr gut reingegangen bei Kurve Nummer 2. Ich denke, dass es gibt ein paar Positionwechsel innerhalb der Top 6. Das Ganze kommt von Tripskurve an Kurve 8 bis Mutkurve und am Spitze 114. Der Kamenik jetzt am vorne. Oh, and a big problem. That is for, I think that was 1-1-2. Henry Melchior has slowed. So, am vorne gibt, ja. Dann gibt der Henry Melchior jetzt volle Leistung von Fahrerlagerkurve. Aber ein großes Wechsel hat passiert. Ben Götz jetzt 9. nach der ersten Runde. That is a big swap of positions. Ben Götz now behind Nikita Genze in P9. Kamenik now leads, and that could change things significantly. But it will not be enough, I fear. But I'm not going to let the points dictate what goes on in this race, because Jakub Kamenik is now up the road from Konstantin Papst, who is in P2. Third is Lias Ebersdorfler. Also, there's been Len Abbas, who's now down into P5. He's got Niklas Simic up his inside at turn 4. And Simic just about makes it through on the 161 from Nies Racing. And there is Ben Götz right behind. So that also showcases how decisive you need to be at this track at Kerpen. About to complete lap 3 out of 20. And the fastest lap of the race is in the hands of the 120 from Germany, Niklas Simic. Schnellste Runde in die Tasche für jetzt Lias Ebersdorfler auf Platz 3. 44,945. Jetzt ist der Ben Götz vorbei an Len Abbas. Durch Kurve 2 im Spitzkerper. But Henry Melchior is languishing all the way down to the bottom end of the field. Still wanting to compete, though, is the 1-1-2. Jakub Kamenik trying to pull a gap between himself and the rest of the field, but that is going to be easier said than done when you've got Konstantin Paps, the 111, closing in. Ebersdorfer, P3. So still very much of this race undecided. It's early in the race. We're not even a quarter distance. And already the battle lines have been drawn. Along with Tom Wickob, Adrian Lorenz opted not to start in this final. But it's the Houdini train at the moment. Ben Goetz leading the way in this particular pack as he's through on Niklas Simic. Jetzt ist der Houdini der Ben Goetz vorbei und der Niklas Simic für Platz 5. Als die ganze Feld kommt durch Notkurve, bevor den Schumacher Schikane und dann Fahrerlagerkurve. Über Start und Ziel nach 5 Runden bleibt der Jakub Kamenik am Spitze des Felds. Vorne von Konstantin Paps, dann Ebersdorfer, dann Schwarzer, Götz, Simic, Abbas, Frey, Velea und Genser. Das sind die Piloten in den Top 10. Schnellste Runde seit jetzt in die Tasche für den Maxim Becker. Startnummer 155. 44,2090. Aber mit dem Unterschied in die Meisterschaftswertung, ich denke, dass der Titelkampf geht weiter bis zum Wackersdorf in 5 oder 6 Wochen auf unser Kalender. Und nochmal ein Positionwechsel. Jetzt Platz 4, doppelgelbe Flagge am Kurve 3 für einen kleinen Instant, weil es gibt jemand auf die rechte Seite den Asphalt an die Strecke hier bei Kurve 3. Ich denke, dass es ist... Ah nein, Marius Bonconceau und Maxim Becker. Ich denke, das war die beiden Piloten in dieses Moment beim Unfall. Leider gibt es Pech für die beiden. Startnummer 127 und 155. So, down to 24. Drivers still rounded out by the 112 of Henry Melchior as Marius Bonconceau and Maxim Becker are out. Jakub Kamenik is still the race leader after just under 7.8 kilometers. We've completed 7 laps. We're now on lap 8 as we've got a Meatball flag, technische Flagge für der 131, Platz 3, oh nein! Lias Ebersdorfer. Technische schwarze Flagge für der Pilot auf Platz 3. Oh. All I'm going to say is for Lias Ebersdorfer, that is going to be a bitter pill for the 131, and he's got no right side pod. That's why no right side pod. That is a safety risk, and the race director can decide. Well, that's it. If there's no side pod protection, if that driver gets hit by a side-on impact, let's just say that some metal is not going to avoid a significant injury. So I think that is completely the right call. There has been another yellow flag incident, but more to the point, if Lias Ebersdorfer does not come in within the specified time, they will give him a black flag, which excludes, as we've got, one off at turn 1. And let's have a look. Someone is tumbling. I think it might be 109. It could be Jan Schwarzer. Julius Berthold has dropped a couple of places. It might be him. I'm trying to make out who it is off of the exit of turn number 1. Double waved yellows. Big thank you to the Marshall team here this weekend, as we have got yellow flags at the start-finish line. And Lias Ebersdorfer is going to see the mechanical black flag again. Oh, and 161 Len Abbas is off into the gravel, off of Mutkurva. Disaster for the youngster And this is his local circuit. Len Abbas is off the track, was running a bit higher. He was started on the outside of the front row, and Len Abbas hits trouble. And now it is the black flag. Lies Ebersdorfler is effectively disqualified from the race. An exclusion. You get 3 laps to answer the mechanical black flag, and Lies Ebersdorfler is now going to be excluded from the race. No right side pod on that kart. He cannot continue like that. If he gets involved in an accident, then there we go. Black flag confirmed by race control. Lies Ebersdorfler will have to now park that in the pit lane, and that is an opportunity. Ben Goetz will be then promoted to P3. It might have been actually Julius Berthold that might be the kart that was off of turn 1. So now at this point, Lies Ebersdorfler is going to have to put that kart into the pits. No right-hand side pod. And, well, the black flag has been shown, and Ebersdorfler pulls the right-hand side. His race would have been done anyway with the mechanical black flag, but Len Abbas is out of the kart after going straight through the kitty litter off of Mutkurve. So leider schwarze Flagge für Lies Ebersdorfler nach 3 Runden mit dem technische Flagge, das heißt auf Englisch Meatball Flag. Len Abbas, leider Pech für ihn, auch bei der Julius Berthold, der 115, auch bei der Marius Bonconseil und der Maxim Becker. Und wir haben schon nach dieser Runde 7 bis zum schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge bis zum Ende dieses Rennens. Und am Spitze bleibt der Jakub Kamenik und der Konstantin Papst. 1-2 im Moment. Ben Goetz auf 3. Lennart Frey, Jan Schwarzer, Semi Valea. Der hat am Platz 19 gestartet, jetzt ist 6. vorne von Maximilian Engelstädter. Der startet auf Platz 13, jetzt Platz 7. Vorne von Niklas Simic, Nikita Genser, und auf Platz 10 von Platz 15 am den Start Charlotte Tiller. Nochmal Pech für Emilio Berndt, Nummer 150. Und das bei letzter Kurve. Das habe ich schon gesehen. Der 150, Emilio Berndt. Leider für ihn ist auch das Rennen vorbei. Emilio Berndt in the 150 now brings us down to 20 drivers. Rounded out by Henry Melchior. Nikita Genser's got through on Nicolas Simic. As up the inside, it's Valea versus Schwarzer through turn 2. And Schwarzer holds the line. Oh, they were banging 7 shades out of the sidewalls between the pair of them. 109 versus 107. And they've got Engelstädter, Genser, Simic and Tiller not that far behind. Niels Tröger now up into 11th place in the 169 ahead of Luxembourg's Rick Nadine. Dreiviertel Renndistanz jetzt bei dieser Finale bei OKN. Und nochmal Zweikampf zwischen Schwarze und Valea nach Kurve 2 am Spitzkerche. Und ist der Engelstädter vorbei in der Valea? Ja, das stimmt. Das hat passiert in Kurve 2. So, Valea ist in der Mitte mit Engelstädter vorne ihn und Genser hinter ihn. Aber das Zweikampf am Spitze des Felds zwischen Kamenik und Papst bleibt zwischen 3 und 4 Zehntel eine Sekunde. Und mit den Positionen für den Top 2 in die Meisterschaftswertung. Kamenik gegen Goetz. Platz 1 für Kamenik, Platz 3 für Goetz. Im Moment wird das Titel nicht heute Nachmittag entscheidet. Und wir warten auf, was passiert bei dem Saisonfinale in Wackersdorf im letzten Wochenende September in dieser Klasse. So, Kamenik, P1, Ben Goetz, P3. At the moment, Kamenik is doing enough to try and keep a hold of that advantage going into the season finale in around 5 weeks' time at Wackersdorf. But Ben Goertz is holding on to that P3. Jan Schwarzer ist jetzt auf Platz 7 über Start und Ziel mit 3 Runden bis zum schwarz-weiß karierte Flagge. So Jan Schwarzer loses out to Engelstetter and Valleja, drops down to P7 with this and 2 more laps remaining on the timer. There is the 123. Charlotte Tiller versus Niels Tröger. Oh, that's the battle for the final spot in the top 10. Niels Tröger, well, I know about that particular individual. Won a particular World Cup event a couple of years ago in Wackersdorf. And is battling away for the final position in the top 10. He's up 16 places from P26 on the road. But Jakub Kamenik is doing exactly what he needs to at this moment to keep his advantage heading into the season finale. Jetzt kommt der Pilot aus Tschetschen durch Murkurve und der Papst folgt ihm bis zum Fahrlagerkurve. Letzte Runde läuft. Last lap is underway. Jakub Kamenik leads ahead of Konstantin Papst with Ben Goertz in P3. Championship will not be decided this afternoon. The points differential is not enough for the 114. And we are set to have 20 runners and riders across the line. 2 non-starters out of 28 meant we had 26 starters. And already, well, before lap 13 was completed, 6 had fallen by the wayside. But Jakub Kamenik does his advantage all the better as he comes out of the final corner from 3rd on the grid. Jakub Kamenik wins the final in Kerpen, keeps his advantage into the championship finale in just around 5 weeks' time, 25th to the 27th of September at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. Konstantin Papst über Start und Ziel in Platz 2, vorne von Ben Goertz auf 3, vorne von den Lennart Frey und Seme Valleja. Platz 4 und Platz 5. Dann Maximilian Engelstetter, Jan Schwarzer, Niklas Simic, Nikita Genser und auf Platz 10 über Start und Ziel. Gratulation Charlotte Tiller von Mad Performance. Niels Tröger finishes 11th, head of Rick Nadine, Lionel Hoenecker, Sebastian Verga Morel in 14th, head of Conor McPoylin from Ireland. Well done to the 119. Ben Fritz in 16th, head of Linus Koch. Then we've got Johannes Musotta, Ramona Rummel and Henry Melchior bringing up the rear of the field in 20th. We lost Emilio Bernd, Lia Sebersdobler, Len Abbas, Julius Berthold, Marius Bonconce and Maxim Becker with Adrian Lorenz and Tom Wickop, a non-starter. Das war's bei der Finale OKN. But next up, we go to the top tier class of the Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft because at 3 p.m. local, it's time to go racing for KZ2.
for that. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Car and racing, heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Car and racing, hold that line, I'm still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Mud on the visor, sweat on my cheek. Tiny snap, but I don't freak. Red flag gone, I'm back in motion. Sharp little world, full speed devotion. Red tie twitch, front end dips. I correct it with my fingertips. Every corner tries to test. I keep my nerve and beat the rest. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Car and racing, heart gone wild, no time for pacing.
Okay, three finals down, tickets to go. And it seems like we've got a gaggle of drivers over here. Stand about outside, get your backside over here. Now, we've known each other a very, very long time, and it's nice to actually meet. I think the first time I came across you was 2018. Funny enough, KZ2, Open Champions starting game. But you're gearing up for the F1 World Karting Championships in a few weeks' time on the Mall. It's nice to get back behind that wheel and feel that adrenaline buzz again, isn't it? Yeah, of course. That's one of the reasons why we never really, chipped in order to marry each other with world champs. So it's good to make some extra races, especially on the track. So yeah, good to it. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those tracks I was speaking to Mark Escort when we did a hot lap earlier on this week from the live stream. But it is really a true test. You've got to have so much steel going down and send it up the inside through turn one. But you guys did it really high speed, close to 150 kph. What's the first thing in the driver's mind when you go from the maneuver into, let's say, your full throttle through here at turn one, down to turn two, half the brake, stand from the seat, round about second or first gear? What's the first thought that's going through your mind? Because normally, if someone like me, I'd be like thinking, what the hell's going on here? Is it just like calm under the surface, when you've got that right stand, you're good focused on race mode? Yeah, of course, it's really focused. Especially at this track like this, very narrow, very heavy, it's a bit difficult. You have to stay focused. As long as we lose concentration, you're gonna make mistakes. And yeah, when you go for the overtake, you hope the thing's over. But yeah, so you get landed a little bit, the left before you're overtaking, and then when you actually go for the move, you just have to go down really hard. And I think one of the things that a lot of people will probably remember, and myself included, is the fact that we had a very long association with Sonntag brand. And it's nice to still be back with the chassis that you know very well. You've also been part of the team, obviously, at multiple different events. It's like riding a bicycle. Once you do it, you never forget. Yeah, sure. It's almost 7 years now, we're together. And we're doing a great job. The whole team, actually, and also here's competition, everywhere we go, we have a great package. So, yeah, we're pretty great. Well, I know I definitely will be catching up with you a lot in a couple of weeks anyway, but that's good luck with the whole competition. Thank you very much. Right, next up is teammate CS competition. man who's only been in 4 years. Dion van Bergen, good to see you. You're making me feel even shorter than I normally would be, because every time I see you shot up a couple of inches, but again, we've known each other for a few years now. Coming into KZ2, came across you here in DKM last year, where it was a bit of a rocky season, but things have got a little bit better in 2026, but there's still those little kinks that iron out, isn't there? Yeah, it's all kinks that iron out, still good things on my side, and good for us as well, and we can manage to fix those problems. Yeah, obviously after this round, last weekend in September, heading over to Vagasol, the track was fast, flowing, it delivers speed, commitment, and also complete self-confidence. That's what you've got to have a lot of in this class, isn't it? You're right. I love the track I won with so slowly, love the chicane, great pace to be great. Really out for one to go, Kerpen as well. A real tight track, so I think. And obviously with your team, that is not that far behind you, obviously in corner. Having a big partner on Sunday like that, and getting involved over such a sport like this, what does it mean to you personally? Dion, good to talk to you as always, good luck with the final. Right, okay, let's see. Going to walk over to the other side of the track. Well, Mr. Denner, firstly, good luck with that. Now that's one of the things I did not know until a recent interview that you actually spoke German. But we'll go English anyway. Firstly, I want to congratulate you on taking the European title this year, but you're leading the championship coming into this penultimate round of the season. You're starting on the outside of the second row, and I know for a fact you're going to give these guys around you. Simon obviously just felt a little bit of sick going down into turn 2 for the first time in that run. Yeah, not been the easiest weekend so far for us, but we're trying our best in the final. I think we're always strong in the final with tires, so we'll see. And I think also the association with the Formula KSR factory team has been a good breath of fresh air for you as drivers, because when you stick with the brand for such a long time, you make a change, something always brings you a new sort of opportunity, and I think taking that fully with both hands, especially with the success that we've had this year. Yeah, maybe it's my career so far. Every time there's a switch, there's like a new motivation. You always have to adapt a little bit more, so there's always something different, and also people to work with. So, yeah, so far I think I've had also opinions, so I have to say I really like the team there, but also something for me is we like the team now, so I'm really good. I think also one of the good things with teams, there's no worries about a language barrier, right, isn't it? It's all good. Well, then, bonne chance
Time once again for us to go racing here at Kerpen, and it is time for the longest race of the weekend. It's race 24 of the meeting, and it is the KZ2 final. 28 laps of racing ahead of us, and starting on pole position will be the man from the Netherlands, Senna van Walstein, who in his own right has been a world and European karting champion. Daniel Stell alongside him on the front row. Maximilian Schleimer on the inside of row 2, joined by current points leader Emilian Denner, this year an FIA European champion. Row number 3, it's Dion van Verven and Robert Kinderwater from the Netherlands and Germany. Arthur Lehouk from France and Matej Proys from the Czech Republic round out row 4. Completing the top 10 will be Sweden's Norton Andreasen in the number 96 and the Czech Republic's Marek Skrivan in the number 58. Rounding out the grid, number 36 from the Netherlands, Tommy van der Stroys. The number 9 from Sweden, Simon Billman. Matti van den Broek from Germany in the number 76. Jeffrey Fixer from the Netherlands in the number 69. And from Lithuania, the number 11 of Kipras Josa rounds out the field. And here is the current championship standings. Denner on 280, Stell 246, Van Verven 229, Skrivan 219, and Matej Proys on 212. That means the top 5 covered by 68 points at this moment before we take the final into consideration. Total distance will be 31 kilometres of racing, which equates to just around 15.5 miles. The drivers now getting their tyres up to temperature. There's a few of them making their way through turn number 4 at Leipzig Kurve. It's all about making sure, in the words of the great Tom Christensen, use your weapons to be sharp. That's exactly what these drivers need to do right here. We have seen that it can go well, it can also go quite badly wrong, depending on how you approach and partake in the start. Air temperature 24 degrees centigrade. There is an air of anticipation whenever the top tier class and the DKM gets ready to race. And believe you me, we could have a spectacle on our hands right here in Western Germany. Senna van Walstein now brings the number 44 CS competition Sodi Kart out of the final turn. High revs, high grip, high speed. Good things they do come in threes, ladies and gentlemen, because the front 2 rows are already in position. Now row 3. Now the 4th row. The top 10 now completed with the last few drivers getting into position. We wait for the green flag at the back. There it is. Drivers will now keep their eyes on the 4 red lights because we go racing. At a good start by Senna van Walstein. Stell straight into the wheel tracks as they go down into Spitzkehre for the first time. Schleimer in P3 at the moment. Denner lost a couple of places on the initial getaway on the start, but Van Walstein leads them through into turn number 4. Someone goes rally crossing at the back end of the field. I think that might have been Matti van den Broek possibly, but Van Walstein leads them round this opening lap out of 28. These laps will go by, blink and you'll miss it. Up through Mudkurve for the first time. Stell, Schleimer. Then it's kart 75. That's Arthur Lehouk from France up to P4. He's ahead of the 54 of Dion van Verven, who completes the top 5. Denner, 6th. Then it's Norton Andreasen, followed by countryman Simon Billman as Senna van Walstein holds on to the race lead, but the skirmishing is already happening between Schleimer, Lehouk, van Verven for P3. That's going to allow Van Walstein and Stell to start getting away. But then Denner has got to pick his moments. And right behind him is the number 96 of Norton Andreasen from Sweden. The top two starting now to break away. Van Valstein, a very, very decorated individual in the world of KZ2. So is Emilian Denner. Denner, a previous DKM champion, also has taken world and European titles, especially with the European title earlier on this year. They go through turn 2 at Spitzgacher. And the stalemate may be processional at the moment, but believe you me, once these drivers start having the opportunity to make moves, if someone has an unforced error in front, you never leave the door open for a KZ2 driver, because the minute you do, they will take complete and full advantage of the situation. And the entire field, after the opening 2 laps, were covered by 3.3 seconds. This is close, pack style kart racing at its finest. As, well, Arthur Lehouk diving up the inside of Schleimer, going through into turn 2. The man from DKM Motorsport representing France, not only a race driver, but also a team boss of his own team that also runs on Kart Republic chassis. Well, he's trying to see if he can get through on the number 42 from ADAC Motorsport that took the win earlier on this weekend in qualifying Heat 1. But there's a moment for Lehouk and he stumbles. That was coming out of turn 8. Van Verven's gotten through, and I think Denner has as well, yes. So now it's all changed. I said about making a mistake, and Arthur Lehouk just proved my point. And this is where, get yourselves ready, because could the Chinese fireworks at one point or another get set off when the match is lit? But still, after the opening 4 laps, the entirety of the 15-strong field rounded out by the man from the Netherlands for ADAC Motorsport, Jeffrey Fixer. They were covered by less than 4.4 seconds after nearly 4.5 kilometers of racing. Van Valstein still holds on to the race lead, but there's a little bit of a breakaway by the top 2. Van Valstein being followed by Daniel Stell. Schleimer in P3, Van Verven, Denner. That's your top 5. As, oh, well, there's going to be a little bit of a argy-bargy, and that's between Matej Preuss and Marek Skrivan, the 2 Czech drivers. Wheel to wheel, side by side for the briefest of moments coming out of turn number 2. Now into the back part of the circuit through sector 2 go the field. Simon Billman now through on Arthur Lehouk, who tries to dive through at turn 8, but the Frenchman unsuccessful. And Preuss and Skrivan, well, there's no love lost there, I'm afraid. It's all out war here in KZ2. But at the moment, Van Valstein, after 6 laps, continues to control the race as he has done so far. Norton Andreasen from Sweden in the 96 in P6. New fastest lap of the races. There's more side-by-side jocularity coming out of turn number 2. Norton Andreasen, 42.469 is the new fastest lap of the race, as we've already got 6 done and dusted out of the 28 so far. Lap 7, and still the elbows are out. The Stanley knives attached are very well sharpened. But the top 6 breaking away. Meantime, Simon Billman, as he has been dropped by his countryman in the number 96 and is starting to fall into the clutches of DKM Motorsports, Arthur Lehouk in the number 75. Van Valstein doing a sterling job at the front end of the field. Daniel Stell looking to claw some points back, trying to chase down Emilian Denner for the championship in 2026. Jeffrey Fixer now through on Kipras Yosa for P14. Marek Skrivan finally has gotten through on Matej Preuss for P9. But nevertheless, there is still a long way to go, but we've got a short time to get there. But look at Senna Van Valsten run. He's doing a great job, but again, Daniel Stell will wait. He'll bide his time. And when there is a mistake that occurs, he will capitalise that, pure and simple. And at the moment, well, Emilian Denner, currently running P5, leads the standings on 280 points. Daniel Stell, P2, 246. Dion Van Verven, who's ahead of Emilian Denner at the moment in 4th, is rounding out the top 3. So, of course, this title will be another one that will go the way to Wackersdorf in 5 weeks' time in the last weekend of September. So no title deciders with 1 round to go, it looks like, the way things are panning out. But the thing now is, can Maximilian Schleimer pick up the pace and close the gap between himself, Daniel Stell, and Senna van Valstein? The answer at the moment is a resounding no, and the reason why I say that is that the top 3 all were in the 42.3 second bracket. That also included Van Verven, who just set a personal best in 4th. Denner, no improvement in terms of best lap time. Still not too shabby though, 42.4 by the current points leader in 5th position. Now, when you have a lap, a race with as many laps as this is 31 kilometers. These tyres have a small window of operation. If you overdrive the kart, you're going to exceed that. If you push too hard under braking, you're going to exceed that. I've even seen it where KZ2 drivers have braked up too hard, locked up the fronts, and flat spotted them. But Senna van Valstein now, new fastest lap after 10 out of 28. 42.212 for the Flying Dutchman at the front end of the field. The number 44 also has a long time, as he said, a 7-year association so far with Sodi Kart, runs with CBP Sports, normally in other competitions, but is with CS Competition, who helped, well, I think CS Competition, if I remember, it's a Belgian team, because we had Belgian racing last year that took Jaden Teen to the DSKC title, as it was known back then, and we now know it as KZ2 Cup. But Van Valstein keeping Stell at bay. Van Verven ahead of points leader Denner, and the Frenchman is now starting to pull the pin. He's ready to unleash the full ferocity of that Formula K SRP factory team machine underneath him. But he's got to be very careful, because Norton Andreasen is not that far behind. But still at this point, well, Marek Scriven has got through on Arthur Lehouk. Matej Proys in 9th, heading of Germany's Mathieu van den Broek in the number 76 is through on MP Kart Racing's young Dutch hotshot. Tommy van der Stroy, the number 36, has dropped out of the top 10. It's been a very character-building year for Tommy van der Stroy. Last year, Chrono Karting KZ2 champion, after a dynamite fight between him and a couple of other very, very credible competitors, the likes of Enzo Boll included in that. But we are getting closer and closer. Next time around, we will be at half distance. And at the moment, Van Valstein controlling the pace. He has got plenty of experience in this kind of situation. And as the sun here on Sunday afternoon from the partially blue skies up above starts beating down onto the circuit, this will give warmth and also the potential for further grip over the second half of this race. But it's about your strategy. And as we always see, if you are consistent, if you are taking care of the tyres, if you start, like, say, for instance, Senna van Valstein from pole position, you have got the perfect cocktail mix. Emilian Denner now through for P4 on turn 2, past Dion van Verven, so change for 4th, and now Denner can start pulling the pin on the grenade and start firing warning shots at those in front, because he's not that far behind Maximilian Schleimer in P3. And the German in the number 42, Tony Kart, is about 4/10 up the road. But with that clear air, that is going to help the engine and the radiator on that Formula K SRP machine underneath Emilian Denner, and also give it the full opportunity of having max power delivery when he punches the throttle to the bottom of the chassis underneath him. And in the meantime, Senna van Valstein over the last couple of laps has set back-to-back fastest laps of the races. We are edging closer and closer to having our first 42-second lap time in this race. Van Valstein 4 100ths off that, 42.040 as our first penalty comes in. Arthur Lehoux pushing 5-second penalty for the Frenchman, and that is going to demote him quite a way back in the order, I'm afraid. That's 5 seconds for Arthur Lehoux post-race. And, well, Arthur Lehoux now, where is Arthur Lehoux? Oh, he's slowing, and he's coming into the pit lane. So Arthur Lehoux might have just called time on his race, whether he saw that pushing penalty flag or penalty on the Digi flag. But that is Arthur Lehoux out of the race just after 16 laps completed. Also, Arthur Lehoux very much was involved for many a year as a competitive factory sim racing driver, but now concentrating on his own racing in real life here in the world of karting, and also as a team owner. And there we see some of the marshalling crew that are being with us this weekend. Vielen lieben Dank an alle, besonders bei den Leuten von Streckencrew KCT und ihrer Chef Camilo Rossinger, vielen lieben Dank, und auch bei die anderen Leute bei dem Marshalling-Team hier bei den Erflandring. Vielen lieben Dank für eure Arbeit dieses Wochenende von unserer Seite bei DKM. And without these people who give up their time, we would not be going racing. So a big thank you to them all. So coming up to 9 laps after this one, and Senna Van Valstein is now starting to stretch that lead over Daniel Stell, and Emilian Denner is on the cusp of maybe a breakthrough to get past the roadblock in front of him. That is Maximilian Schleimer, and it could happen very soon. If it's not if, it's when Denner has the chance to get through. Coming up to Mutkurva, can he get the acceleration out of that corner, heading into the Schumacher chicane? He's about a kart length behind, but Denner will be a little bit later on the brakes through the final corner. Now, full power up the gearbox, all the way up to 6th gear at around about 145 kilometers an hour, then down into turn 2. And what's happening now is that everyone else is being brought along. Here comes the KZ2 conga line, folks. Schleimer's leading it at the minute ahead of Denner, Van Verven and Andreasen. So 4 of them in the conga line. But Denner needs to find an opportunity sooner rather than later to get himself on the rostrum in this race. But Van Valstein is starting to really open up the taps on that CS competition Sodi kart, and he has broken underneath the 42-second barrier for the first time, and he comes across the line 42.115. Van Valstein's fastest lap so far on lap 19 was a 41.988. Denner to the outside of Schleimer through into turn 2, trying for the crisscross, and unfortunately found out that Dion Van Verven was right on the apex. And now this is brought in, not just Norton Andreasen, but Marek Skrivan has caught them up as well. And the Czech Republic driver that took the win at round 2 in the final at Kart Arena Cheb, just across the German border. He has been reeling them in with his fishing reel. He's decided, right, I'm gonna cast out my reel and see what I can find. And he's found a couple of drivers. So 7 laps to go, 21 out of 28 completed. And Denner still has time on the board, but he's got to be very, very careful of mediating this situation between him, because he is now currently piggy in the middle between Schleimer and Van Verven, one in front, one behind him. And it's always about those drivers that can really outthink the opposition that's either in front or behind. And if you can make a beautiful move happen from absolutely nowhere, believe you me, there are drivers like Emilian Denner that are so capable of doing that. 6 to go, and Van Valstein once again continuing to expand that lead, 42.01 for the number 44 from the Netherlands. Expands his lead to just 1 3/4 seconds over Daniel Schell from Kartshop Amfing on the Birolart in the number 5. Schleimer still keeping the elbows out, making the back of that number 42 Tony Kart wider than an articulated lorry on a Friday night going home on the M25. And that's a motorway reference for those folks who don't know what the M25 is. For those at home, thank you very much. I'm here all week. Right. We're coming up to 5 laps to go. And Marek Scriven has got past Norton Andreasen. So things are starting to change from third backwards. Now, Dion van Verven has got to have his head on a swivel right now, as Scriven's right in his wheel tracks, down into turn 2. And Van Verven parks it on the apex nice and neatly. Because he's got the right of way, he can do that. But as long as it's not a sudden cut the nose off to spite the face of the opposition behind you. But this is now allowing Schleimer and Denner to pull away to the point where those two can have their own battle. Coming up to 4.4 kilometres left to go here in the penultimate final of the weekend here in KZ2. Van Valstein leads, and he's led every single one of the 24 laps out of 28. We're now on lap 25, with after this it's 3 to go. So Denner is running out of laps, and more to the point, corners. Matej Proys, what has happened to him? He's dropped behind Tommy van der Stroys. And Matej Proys, I did not see whether he went into the pit lane, whether he, well, we have got a cart just over there, and that might be Matej Proys, I believe, in the number 6 cart. Yeah, looks to be the case. That's coming out through Mudkurva, possibly. Or it might have been the other side of the barriers. That was out of my line of sight. But 3 to go. Van Valstein continues his consistent run of form. Another 42.2 from the Dutchman. And now, well, Schleimer's holding on to that P3, but Denner wants it bad enough. He can nigh on taste it. And Denner's got to try and find a way past. Dion van Verven puts the elbows out in front of Marek Scriven, and Norton Andreasen is starting to catch them again. The Swede was dropped, and now he's started to fight back and find pace. And that's the big thing. You're taking more out of the tires when you're battling people. Oh, and that was a dive and a half. Marek Scriven dive bomb through on Dion van Verven, and that's Senna van Valstein. Oh no! With 2.5 laps to go, Senna van Valstein loses the lead because the Sony kart underneath fails. Oh, it was all going well, and the head in the hands and the hands in the air means Senna van Valstein will not win here at Kerpen, and that now promotes Kart Shop Anfing's Daniel Stell to the race lead with a 4.1 second advantage. With this and one more lap to go, heartbreak for the Dutchman. Senna van Valstein could have had the perfect run there, and the kart unfortunately gave up the ghost. And at this point, last lap, this time around, he's waited, and luck has gone his way. Daniel Stell on the final lap. It is going to be between Schleimer and Denner, 1.1 kilometres to decide who's on the runner-up step of the podium. It is going to help Denner's run towards the title at Wackersdorf in a few weeks' time. But through into turn 4, Denner looking right, looking left on Schleimer. But could it be the run to the line and on the brakes through the back part of the circuit? Denner right on the rear bumper of the German in front. But Daniel Stell, after waiting, as Denner's going to go round the... He's going to try it, but he can't get through. Daniel Stell wins round 4 here in Kerpen. Second's going to go the way of Maximilian Schleimer, and Emilian Denner will take P3. But your heart has to go out to Senna van Valstein from the Netherlands. Led every single lap until the kart went no bueno. Lap 27 out of 28. Lap 26 out of 28 with 2.5 laps to go. Daniel Stell victorious here in round 4 in the final, winning by 4.6 seconds ahead of Maximilian Schleimer. Emilian Denner rounds out the top 3. Scriven, Andreasen, Van Verven, Vandenbroek, Van der Stroys, Kinderwarter and Billman your top 10. Jeffrey Fixer and Kipras Jursa round out the drivers that did finish the full race distance with 2.5 laps to go. Heartbreak for CS competition. Senna van Valstein, who had led every single lap of that race, with Matej Proys out on lap 23 and Arthur Lehouk retiring with 13 laps to go. But Daniel Stell picks up his second win in the finals this year in 2026. 4 finals down, 1 to go.
haben hier am Red Bull Ring mit dem DTM-Fahrerlager am Montag begonnen. Haben wir die ersten Striche ins Fahrerlager eingeklebt. Dann kommen nach und nach die verschiedenen Gewerke, wie die Porsche Hospitality oder auch unsere DKM Hospitality, die dann am Dienstagmorgen hier angefangen haben aufzubauen.
Wahnsinnige Atmosphäre, ich bin total happy, das Wochenende hier gewesen zu sein.
Wir haben eine unzählige Vielfalt an Berufen und wir sind natürlich auch total daran interessiert, dass gerade die jungen Leute zu uns kommen. Also ich würde sagen, es ist für jeden was dabei.
Es ist immer ein wahnsinnig schönes Gefühl, wenn man die Leute wieder auf die Straße bekommt. Aber eben auch als Veranstalter vom Motorsport finde ich es wahnsinnig toll. Wir machen das ja auch, weil wir gerne irgendwas mit Motoren machen.
Außerhalb von Deutschland, Österreich und der Schweiz ist die DTM in über 200 Territorien live oder real life zu sehen.
Herzlich willkommen aus dem Combatment von German Airways Richtung Nürburgring. Heiße ich Sie auch herzlich willkommen.
Man kommt hier sehr, sehr nah an die Teams, man kann in die Garagen reingucken. Also es ist wirklich alles da und ich glaube, es ist einfach eine super Atmosphäre hier.
Machine ready to go, hands locked tight on the wheel. I can taste that rubber peel. Realize that I hold my breath. One blink more than go for that. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold.
Herzlich willkommen zu unseren Tages. Muss man sagen, Herr Gress, liegt Sache gerade, was ist eigentlich Taktik heutzutage bei der Finale? Er hat dieses Wochenende ein richtig Pace, was bei meiner Zeit super Heat. Und ja, es geht einfach definitiv Wochenende bei Kansas 2 Cup. Dann kannst du vielleicht dieses Finale gewinnen. Glück, aber ich bin jetzt erstmal, das machen wir jetzt so wie wir drin. Deswegen kann ich jetzt wirklich die Daumen, aber viel Glück für heute. Right, Mick's going to do his best. Let's see. Karl, kann ich bitte mitnehmen? Muss man sagen, richtig stark als bei Kansas 2 Cup startet. Auf Platz 4, was ist deine Meinung für dieses Finale? Ja, ich versuche natürlich nach vorne zu kommen. Das ist natürlich mal das Ziel und dann einfach schauen, dass man in den ersten Runden unfallfrei durchkommt und dann immer nach vorne schauen und dann schauen, dass und ich habe schon bemerkt, über den ganzen Rennwochenende, dass es richtig schwer ist, jemanden zu überholen natürlich. Aber die beste Chance ist normalerweise Kerpen Nummer 2 hier. Und dann ist vielleicht die Chance hier in Kerpen an die Schließen, oder? Ja, man muss das abwarten. Man muss auf jeden Fall nah dran sein und dann zum richtigen Moment einfach einstechen. Und man darf auch nicht zu lange abwarten, sonst kommen halt die anderen davon hinten. Und es geht, aber es ist schwer. Dann Karl, wünsche ich dir viel Glück für die Finale. Carl's saying he's going to try and get through to the front, but there is a driver who I haven't seen in a while. Denmark's Robert Sachs, good afternoon. So it's good to see you with the team here at MP Cup under the Henderson chassis, but it's been a tough one out there this weekend, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been hard to manage the lead. It's been a long year since I was last. We've gone up to speed quality and now we're just trying to make this. Yeah, I mean, especially when you've got so many quick people in front of you, it's sometimes it's like I was just speaking with Carl a lot, and it's about finding those opportunities, finding those chances, and if you see a window that you're kind of thinking, I really need to go for it, don't you? Yeah, especially on this track because you don't get that many opportunities to overtake you. So especially on number 2, you really need to take the chance with it. So are you optimistically, realistically looking, hopefully, maybe at least a top 6, top 5 finish here at Kerpen in the final? That would be really nice, but we have to see how that goes in the first lap, and from there on we can work our progress and make our way to the front. Well, Lawrence, all the very best of luck for the final here today at Kerpen. Well, we are coming up to just 5 minutes before the start of the race here. The last final round 4 of DKM 2026. KZ2 Cup closes the show here in Western Germany before we head to Wackersdorf in the last weekend of September. It's going to be a busy one for these drivers here. 36 have qualified out of the 48 that joined us here in at the Atlantic here in Nordrhein-Westfalen. Ladies and gentlemen, believe me, you will be entertained.
it is time for the last race of the weekend. Race 25, it is the KZ2 Cup Final. 36 out of 48 drivers have qualified for this race. And here is your starting grid. Oliver Stedler leads the way from pole position ahead of Eric Vess. Emmanuel May and Karel Ludhart on row 2. Dominic Reuters and Declan Sift round out row number 3. And following that, it will be Pavel Wimmer and Lloyd Saxer rounding out the top 4 rows. Ilian Yankov and Manuel Castel round out the top 10. Mark Gestenkorn and Jelte Bummer row 6. Nico Bogner and Kevin Wagner row 7. Jaden Gushigan and Luca Brima row 8. Row 9, Louis Esser and Semil Bayati. Yannick Hummert and Oscar Steinbach round out the top 20. Then, from Austria, Adrians Martins will start 21st. Alongside will be the 448 of the Netherlands, Nick Pluimers, Jeroen Bos, Quintin van Leuven, Milan van Winden, Julian Bub, Svenja Dreyer, Rick Hartmann, Tim Verelst, Marcel Ernst, Jason Doverstein. Then the last 5 drivers on the grid. Henrikas Klepikas from Lithuania, Giovanni Witteveen from the Netherlands, Maximilian Prederovic from Germany, Karl Liesmer from Estonia, and Eric Müller in the 452 from ADAC Motorsport rounds out the capacity grid. So, with that in mind, Oliver Stedler is on 291 points. Mark Gestenkorn, 258. Manuel Castel, 222. Emmanuel May and Pavel Wimmer round out the top 5 on 143 and 139 points a piece. So, 33 points is Oliver Stedler's lead over his nearest competitor, the man from Switzerland, Mark Gestenkorn, who has got a mountain to climb ahead of him, starting from 11th on the grid. Air temperature, 25 degrees centigrade. Wind to the south-southeast, 11 kilometers per hour. That's about 6.5 miles per hour. And as Mark Gestenkorn alluded to earlier on, with a little bit of slipstream, you can get up to 147 kph. Which equates to 91.3 miles per hour. That is 21.3 miles an hour more than the motorway speed limit in the United Kingdom, which is 112 kph. That works out to 70 miles an hour. 120 kilometers an hour works out to 75 mph. I should know. I've been driving over in Europe enough over the last few years. But with 36 carts at high speed heading into turn 2 at Schwitzgacher, anything could happen. But Oliver Stedler will want to be in pole position at the top of the points table, heading into the final round at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. And for those watching at home, thank you so much for your company over the past day and a half on the ADAC Motorsports YouTube channel. It has been a pleasure for myself personally to come here once again to this particular part of West Germany. My first trip here was back in November of 2019, and that set the fire alight. Coming back here in 2026, nearly 7 years later, I think I'd have on my forearms that what they would call here Gänsehaut pur, goosebumps. Hairs standing on the back of your neck as the last few of our capacity grid get into formation. Once that happens, It is the green flag that will wave at the back of the field for the final time. The 25th and final race. Green flag at the back. Drivers looking at the lights, and when they go out, we are racing. Good start by Stedler. Gets the jump on Eric Vess as they head down 3 wide into turn 1 on the opening exchange just outside of the top 10. And it's 3 wide again through turn 2. Everyone trying to make their way through it, and all 36 did. But it's early days yet. And all a little bit of a bump between a couple of carts going through into turn 4. But Stedler got the whole shot he needed. Got the jump on Eric Vess, who stays behind him at the moment. With a big international contingent in this field. We've got Germany, the Netherlands, the Czech Republic, Denmark, Bulgaria, Switzerland, Austria and Estonia, along with Lithuania. Oliver Stedler nach der ersten Runde hat einen Vorteil über Eric Vess. 3/10, eine Sekunde. Und heftiges Unfall in Kurve 2. Leider nicht für ein paar Piloten. Und jemand ist ganz nicht zufrieden mit was hat passiert. So, well, das ist Rennsport. Und ich denke, das war zwischen der Dominik Reuters und der Marc Gestenkorn. Pech für beide. Reuters war 8. Gestenkorn auf Platz 11. That is motorsport, ladies and gentlemen, and that is going to be a big blow to Marc Gestenkorn in terms of the championship heading into Wackersdorf. And Ilyan Yankov, the Bulgarian, has dropped to 20th position. We've got yellow flags down at post 2 and double-waved yellows as well. So big dramas. Dominik Reuters and Marc Gestenkorn look to be out on the spot. Their race is done and dusted after having done all that hard work to get into the top 36. But Oliver Stedler starting to do what he can. There is Emanuel Mai versus Lorit Saxer, who's looking for anything within the top 6 as a finishing point. He said, well, it would depend on what happened at turn 1. What happened at turn 2, well, made a bit of a decisive moment for the Dane. And Saxer, can he get through at turn 2? He dives to the inside. Emmanuel Mai has nowhere to go. And through goes Dirk van Siftat round the outside at turn 3. Ooh. Breathe, Alex, breathe. And we're only 4 laps in out of 22. Aber nochmal gelbe Flagge bis zum Kurve 8. Am Trebskurve habe ich schon gesehen. Schnellste Runde seit in die Tasche für Platz 8, der 406, Manuel Kastel von CS Competition. 43,041 jetzt in die Tasche bei Oliver Stedler am Spitze. 42,736 bei der Startnummer 485. Der hat einen Vorteil über Eric Vess. Das ist jetzt 6,5 eine Sekunde nach 4 Runden. Und auch, leider ist das Rennen vorbei für der 446, Jeroen Vos aus Holland. So Jeroen Vos unfortunately out of the race, bringing us down to 33 runners and riders, rounded out by the 499 of Carl Liesmer from Estonia. So, kleines Fehler habe ich schon gesehen. Pavel Wimmer durch Mutkurve geht geradeaus von Mutkurve. Rechte Seite von dem Kart, direkt in Kiesbett, aber er geht geradeaus und geht weiter auf Gaspedal. So Pavel Wimmer having a bit of a scare, drops down from 7th position down to 10th after that slight moment as there's a bit of elbows out. Going through into, I think it was turn 4 at Leichhardt-Kurve. Und wir sind jetzt auf Runde Nummer 6 von 22 insgesamt dieses Rennen bei KC2 Cup Finale. Über Startungsziel fährt der Oliver Stedler. Vorteil über Eric Vess jetzt steigert bis zum in die Nähe von 1,1 Sekunden. Und wir sind 5 Runden bis im Halbdistanz hier in dieses Rennen und ein Versuch bei der 405. Und es gibt nochmal viele Leute, die versuchen, nochmal Überholmanöver zu machen, dieses Rennen. Aber das richtig bei dieser Strecke, das ist richtig eng, wenn das kann passieren. But we see here that Oliver Stedler and third in the championship, Manuel Castel, running at the top 7. And with Mark Gestenkorn 36th and out of the race on lap 2. Und vorbei an der Nummer 482. Das war der Luca Prima, geht der Semil Bayati, der 476 wieder vorbei in Kurve 2. Das war Positionwechsel für Platz 13, gelbe Flagge. Oi. Giovanni Vizzevin und auch Maximilian Prederovic. Ich denke, für beide ist das Rennen vorbei. Startnummer 461 und der 470. So 31 drivers, 5 now eliminated. Lap 7, sector 2. Giovanni Vizzevin and Maximilian Prederovic are out of the race. Yellow flags going into turn 8. Noch eine schnellste Runde seit beide. Manuel Castel 42,357. Und der Castel ist am Platz 10 gestartet, jetzt Platz 7. Manuel Castel is now in the draft, considering Carl Luthart just dives through on Emmanuel Mai. And my goodness, Manuel Castel was a man-possessed. Hip, shoulder and everything went into that one, robustly getting through. So Carl Luthart and Manuel Castel through on Emmanuel Mai. Nick Ploymer's next driver that's going to be out of the race, I'm afraid, as we're not even at half distance. We're about to complete lap number 10 out of 22. And the 448 from the Netherlands becomes our 6th different retiree. So 3 Dutch drivers, 2 from Germany, and of course the big name out of all is Mark Gestenkorn from Switzerland, the 464. As this is going to be a Formula K exchange. Jaden Gushigan to the inside of Nico Bognar. And did Gushigan keep that round the outside at 3? Yes, he did. Bognar sideways through turn 4. And Gushigan got through. Oh, brilliant move. Brilliantly played by Jaden Gushigan. That was shades of Glock and Paffett. Hockenheim DTM 2018. They were wheel to wheel for several corners. But what a great manoeuvre by Jaden Gushigan in the 416 to get through on Formula K SRP factory team teammate Nico Bognar. And now Gushigan can go after Emmanuel Mai, who is only 0.8 of a second up the road. Now we're at halfway through this race, and the elbows for a few drivers have definitely come out with the Stanley knives attached. Und es gibt verschiedene Zweikampf, Dreikampf, Vierkampf hier auf die Strecke hier in Kassel, Zweikampf, die Finale. Nochmal schnellste Runde seit wieder bei dem Manuel Castel von CS Competition aus Deutschland. Startnummer 406, 42,357. Rundezeitverbesserung bei der Kevin Wagner, 42,509. Auch bei der Oskar Steinbach, Pavel Wimmer, Emmanuel Mai, Karl Luthart. Dirk van Siftert auf Platz 4 und auch der Lloyd Sachse auf Platz 3, der Däner. Der Startnummer 456 für MP Kart Racing. But Oliver Stedler again goes across the line. Lap 13 completed, 9 laps to go here in the last race of the weekend. Und jetzt ist der Pilot aus Bulgarien, Ilian Yankov, der 412 vorbeigehen. Und der Österreicher Adrian Martins auf der 495. Das ist dann Positionwechsel für Platz 20 im Feld. Und nochmal wie in Superheat B. Ich kann das richtig nicht glauben. Für das zweite Rennen des Tages Back-to-Back sozusagen für der Oliver Städtler. Nach 14 von 22 Runden hat der 485 einen Vorteil über der Eric Wess auf der 414 von in die Nähe von 2,8 Sekunden Vorteil. Nach 14 von 22 Runden. Und gleich wird es jetzt von Runde 15 von 22 mit 7 Runden bis zum Ende dieses Rennen. Über Startungsziel kommt der Städtler, aber hinter Manuel Kastel innerseits gegen Karl Luthardt und der 406 von CS Competition. Jetzt steigt auf Platz 5 mit ein schönes Überholmanöver innerseits am Kurve 2 im Spitzgerber gegen der Karl Luthardt. Coming up to 6 laps to go here in this final race of the weekend. And Oliver Städtler, well, he's pulled the trigger. He's 3 seconds up the road. It could be more than that when Eric Wess crosses the line very shortly in the 414. 3.2 seconds now is the differential. Städtler in harmony with the machine that's underneath him, scraping the ground just millimeters from the bottom of the race seat. Aber ich muss jetzt mal sagen, dass bei dem Tempo zwischen der Eric Wess auf Platz 2 und der Lloyd Sachse auf Platz 3, der Startnummer 456 ist ungefähr 1 Zehntel schneller als der Pilot vorne ihn. So, hier ist die Zweikampf zwischen Wess und Sachse für Platz 2 auf die Siegerehrung heute. And there you see the championship points on the right-hand side of the timing tower. Manuel Kastel currently in P5. Oliver Städtler currently leading the race and still P1. This could put him over 340 points by the end of this race. Once everything has been confirmed and ratified by the powers that be. ...4,4 Kilometer Renndistanz bis zum Ende dieses Rennen bei Rennnummer 25 für den ganzen Wochenende hier in Kerpen bei DKM Saison 2026, Runde Nummer 4. Wir gehen nach Bayern zum Pro-Kart Racing-Strecke in Wackersdorf am 25. bis 27. September für die Saisonfinale für diese Meisterschaft. Aber vielleicht über die letzten paar Runden hat der Manuel Kastel die Möglichkeit, vorbei an der 477 aus Holland, der kann Siftau vorbei zu gehen für Platz 4. Jetzt volle Beschleunigung bis zum Kurve Nummer 2. Und hinter ist der Rückkehr von der Karl Luthardt auf der 422. Dreikampf für Platz 4 gegen Van Sifthout, Karsten und Luthardt. Und im Hintergrund habe ich schon gesehen, Startnummer 406, Jaden Güscheken auf Platz 7. Und nochmal 2 Runden bis zum Ende, nicht nur dieses letztes Rennen, aber für den ganzen Rennwochenende hier im Erflandring im Kerpen. Aber was kann man sagen mit den Performance, den Leistungen, dass wir haben schon bei der 485 Oliver Städtler den ganzen Wochenende gesehen haben. Absolut starkes Arbeit bei der junge deutsche Pilot nächstes Mal dagegen. Nächste Runde, letzte Runde für dieses Rennen bei dem KC2 Cup-Finale und auch für den Rennwochenende. Letzte Runde läuft für Oliver Städler und das Vorteil über der Eric Wess ist jetzt 4,7 Sekunden zwischen die beiden. Dann bis zum letzten Mal nach Leitwart-Kurve an Kurve 4 bei der Oliver Städler. Und hier kommt ein Versuch von der Loritz Sachse. Der Däne wollte es weiterhaben. Er wollte das verdienen auf die Strecke. Aber für den letzten Mal nach Mutkurve. Dann kommt die Schumacher-Schikane. Aber nochmal wieder. Vicep in zweiter Runde. Jetzt Finalsieger. Gratulation, Oliver Städler. Zweiter Platz. Drag race to the line. And oh, Eric Wess pips Loritz Sachse by 67 thousandths to take P2. Ahead of the Dane from MP Kart Racing P3. He'll definitely want that to be one to remember. There has been a drama, however. Kevin Wagner has dropped and there is a kart. I think that's him on the exit of the final corner. Kevin Wagner's kart decides to have a meltdown and breaks down thereof. But Oliver Städler wins the KZ2 Cup final by 5.3 seconds ahead of Eric Wess. Loritz Sachse rounds out the top three for Denmark. With Dirk van Zifthout, Manuel Kastel, Karl Ludhart, Jaden Gushik and Nico Bogner, Emmanuel May and Pavel Wimmer round out your top 10. Louis Esser, Luca Prima, Oscar Steinbach, Quintin van Leuven, Ilian Jankov, Yannick Remmert, Milan van Winden, Adrian Martins, Sven Yadrea and Semil Bayati round out the top 20. Jason Doverstein, Jelte Wilmer, Marcel Ernst, Julian Bob, Tim Verelst, Rick Hartmann, Eric Müller, Karl Liesmer, Henrikas Klepikas, for the last of the drivers to complete the full race distance. Kevin Wagner with one more corner to go. The kart breaks down and puts him 30th ahead of Nick Promers, Giovanni Vitzavin, Maximilian Predorovic, Jeroen Bos, Dominic Reuters and Mark Gestenkorn. Stick with us on the ADAC Motorsport YouTube channel because coming up at around about half an hour's time, we will have our podium ceremonies for round 4 of the Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft 2026 here at the F1 in Kerpen. We'll see you in a little bit.
Little machine, ready to go. Hands locked tight on the wheel. I can taste that rubber peel. Daylight stare, I hold my breath. One blink more than go for dash. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Blood on the visor, sweat on my cheek. Tiny snap, but I don't freak. Red flag gone, I'm back in motion. Sharp little world, full speed devotion. Red tie twitch, front end dips. I correct it with my fingertips. Every corner tries to test. I keep my nerve and beat the rest. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Check the flag, I see it now. Tighten up and take the bow. One last spin, one last fight. I want that win with on my mind. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Kart and racing, kart and racing. This is where I feel alive. Helmet on, chin down low, little machine ready to go. Hands locked tight on the wheel, I can taste that rubber peel. Daylight stare, I hold my breath. One blink more than go for dash. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side ready to go. Hands locked tight on the wheel, I can taste that rubber peel. Realize that I hold my breath, one blink more than go for dash. Slam that pedal, let it bite, I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line, one clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold, this small track makes me bold. Snap, but I don't freak. Red flag on, I'm back in motion. Sharp little world, full speed devotion. Red tie twitch, front end dips. I correct it with my fingertips. Every corner tries to test. I keep my nerve and beat the rest. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Machine, ready to go. Hands locked tight on the wheel, I can taste that rubber peel. Realize that I hold my breath, one blink more than go for dash. Slam that pedal, let it bite, I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line, one clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold, this small track makes me bold. Snap, but I don't freak. Red flag on, I'm back in motion. Sharp little world, full speed devotion. Red tie twitch, front end dips. I correct it with my fingertips. Every corner tries to test. I keep my nerve and beat the rest. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track Helmet on, chin down low, little machine ready to go. Hands locked tight on the wheel, I can taste that rubber peel. Realize that I hold my breath, one blink more than go for that. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Mud on the visor, sweat on my cheek. Tiny snap, but I don't freak. Red flag gone, I'm back in motion. Sharp little world, full speed devotion. Red tie twitch, front end dips. I correct it with my fingertips. Every corner tries to test. I keep my nerve and beat the rest. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Check the flag, I see it now. Tighten up and take the bow. One last spin, one last fight. I want that win with on my mind. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Kart and racing, kart and racing. This is where I feel alive. Helmet on, chin down low, little machine ready to go. Hands locked tight on the wheel, I can taste that rubber peel. Realize that I hold my breath, one blink more than go for that. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Helmet on, chin down low, little machine ready to go. Hands locked tight on the wheel, I can taste that rubber peel. Do it like that, I hold my breath. One blink more than go for dash. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Mud on the rising, sweat on my cheek. Tiny snap, but I don't freak. Red flag on, I'm back in motion. Sharp little world, full speed devotion. Red tie twitch, front end dips. I correct it with my fingertips. Every corner tries to test. I keep my nerve and beat the rest. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine. Side by side, I won't fold. This small track makes me bold. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Check the flag, I see it now. Tighten up and take the bow. One last spin, one last fight. I want that win with all my might. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Heart gone wild, no time for pacing. Kart and racing, kart and racing. Hold that line, I'm still chasing. Still chasing. Turn by turn, I come alive. One more lap, I gotta drive. Kart and racing, kart and racing. This is where I feel alive. Helmet on, chin down low, little machine ready to go. Hands locked tight on the wheel, I can taste that rubber peel. Do it like that, I hold my breath. One blink more than go for dash. Slam that pedal, let it bite. I live for the first turn fight. Clip that curve, don't lose the line. One clean move and I take mine.
ADAC, attention ADAC, please be advised that we'll start the flight ceremony in 4 minutes 16:40. Meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, diese Kerpen Nummer 4 DKM 2026 startet bei Start und Ziel um 16:40 Uhr. Das ist ungefähr 4 Minuten bis Start mit den Siegerherren um 16:45 Uhr. Vielen Dank. you very much for your patience as we are about to get underway with the podium ceremonies for round 4 of the Deutsche Kart-Meisterschaft for the 2026 season. We will first start with our mini drivers, and the order will be as follows. We will call all 3 drivers from 3rd to 1st. Then we will also ask the team representative for the winner to come along. We will then play the national anthem of the race winner, and then afterwards we will then hand out the trophies. All winners, please be advised, you will be live on stream, as our winners will be interviewed by myself after each podium. So, firstly, to the 3rd step of the podium for Mini, representing Denmark, Mika Stolonsholm. Our runner-up, also representing Denmark, please welcome to the podium, Albert Poulsen. And your winner for round 4 here in Kerpen, representing the Netherlands, give it up for Leo Klok. And could we also ask for the team representative, Albert Klok, to please step forward. And that is for the race winner. Ladies and gentlemen, please take off your hats and caps, and please provide silence for the playing of the national anthem of the Netherlands. And now time to hand over our trophies to the top 3 and also the team representative from the winners. First of all, the 3rd place trophy goes to Mika Stolonsholm. Daniel Schnarr helping to present the trophies here this afternoon here at Kerpen. The 2nd place trophy to Albert Poulsen. And the round 4 winners trophy, gefeliciteerd, Leo Klok, well done. And also for the winning drivers team representative, the trophy goes to Albert Klok. Congratulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, show your love. Make some noise for our podium for the mini final for round 4. Okay, right, I think, Leo, come on down. Now, no, you're not getting away that easily, young man. Right, we had a nice little conversation back at Cheb, but you've taken the win here in the final in the mini class here at, I think, one of the trickiest tracks this season. Just tell us, just sum up the weekend as a whole in one answer.
So, it was pretty hard to win the final, but we had the speed the whole weekend, and we...
You know what, I'm going to make it easier for all those Dutch viewers out there on the ADAC Motorsports YouTube channel. Sum it up in Dutch for us, and I'm sure there's going to be a few people, myself included, that might understand a little bit. So the floor is yours.
I don't know.
I think, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, he's speechless, but he's a well-deserving winner. You win of round 4 for Mini, Leo Clark from CRG Holland. Congratulations. And that's a strange thing when you get, oh, here we go, he gets a dousing. Oh dear, even Albert gets it as well. Brilliant. Right, next up we go to our next podium, and it is OKN Junior. Please welcome our third place driver to the rostrum, representing Germany, Carlos Nies. Your second place driver, please welcome to the podium, Edin Kesahovic. And your winner for round 4, Henry Merring. Could we also call the team representative for the winning driver, Philip Belkava, please, to step forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please take up your caps and hats and provide some silence for the playing of the national anthem of Germany. Now it is time to hand out some trophies, and the third place trophy makes its way to Carlos Nies. The runners-up trophy goes this time to Edin Kesahovic. And your winner for round 4 in the final, ladies and gentlemen, the winner's trophy to Henry Merring. And also to receive the trophy for the winning team, that goes to Philip Belkava from DKM Motorsport. So, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our top 3 in OKN Junior for round number 4. Right. Now, wir haben schon auf Deutsch gesprochen. Jetzt auf English, okay?
Okay.
Right, so this young man, you've impressed me since we spoke at Cheb back in May this year. Tight circuit here at Kerpen. The package finally came together when you needed it the most. How are you feeling?
Really good. I have no words to say. Super race in the final and really happy.
But I think the big question is, the title goes down to Wackersdorf. You did your best effort, but I think we all could agree here that when you want to win a title, it has to happen at Wackersdorf, right?
Yeah, it's like
few points at Wackersdorf, one heat, I hope, and then, yeah, win the championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for round 4 in OKN Junior. Give it up for Henry Möhring. So we now go to the third podium of the day, and this time it is OKN. Please welcome the third place driver to the podium. It is the man I nicknamed last year Houdini. He's also known as Ben Gertz. And heading to the second step of the rostrum, Konstantin Papst, gratulation. And your winner, representing the Czech Republic, congratulations, Jakub Kamenik. And the representative for the winning team, could we ask Stephen Lanari to step forward, please? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe some silence and lower your caps for the national anthem of the Czech Republic. Now, time to hand out our trophies to our top 3 and the representative for the winning team. So, first of all, the third place trophy goes to Ben Gertz. Our second place trophy for OKN this weekend here at round 4 goes to Konstantin Papst. And the winner's trophy goes to Jakub Kamenik. And we will now hand the trophy for the winning team over to Stephen Lanari. Ladies and gentlemen, show your love, make some noise for our top 3 in OKN for round 4 here in Kerpen.
Eigentlich dachte ich, Steven geht nach oben. Immer bei Steven. Bei Steven Die wird ohne hoch.
Okay, thank you very much, Jakub. I think it's time for another quick chat. But as they say, if you can put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything, and that's exactly what you've done here today, to take the top step of the podium and get another trophy for the mantelpiece at home.
Yeah, the first corner was the key one. It was, I'm gonna make the move or I'm not gonna win it, so I decided to go for it. Even if it was risky, I take the chance and it was worth it.
Yeah, you can go back home with a smile on your face, but we head to Wackersdorf at the last weekend of September next month. It's going to be an exciting season finale. I'm sure that you're ready and hungry to fight all the way to the end of the race weekend on Sunday afternoon, aren't you?
Yeah, for sure. I will be 18, so I drive myself there.
Good man, good man. Jakub Kamenik, your winner for OKN for round 4, ladies and gentlemen. So we now go to our penultimate podium of the weekend. Okay, now time for us to, and on behalf of Kart Shop Amfing, the winning team, Pierre Werner will accept the trophy for the winning team here in KZ2 this weekend. Congratulations. Okay, lieber Daniel, muss mal ein kurzes Interview haben, aber muss erstmal dir gratulieren mit deinem Rennsieg, aber ein bisschen Glück kommt deinen Weg, ne?
Ja, das stimmt. Senna hat Motorprobleme am Gegenende vom Rennen gehabt. Das war natürlich in der Situation mein Glück. Aber unterm Strich war er Gaststarter und von daher, ja.
Aber gute Punkte bevor dem Saisonfinale in ungefähr 5 Wochen in Bayern, in Wackersdorf. Das Titel ist ganz offen, ne?
Ja, ich denke, zwischen mir und Emilian ist ein harter Kampf im Finale, in Wackersdorf, Entschuldigung. Wir werden sehen, wo am schnellsten ist, der gewinnt das. Und dann schauen wir.
Dann drücken wir die Daumen für dich. Daniel Stell, meine Damen und Herren, Sieger bei Finale hier in KZ2 für Runde Nummer 4 hier in Kerpen. Gratulation. So please just bear with us a couple of moments, folks. We are just waiting for the official confirmation reference KZ2. We'll be back with you in just a couple of moments' time. Bear with us. Thank you for your patience.